Once the race is underway, it's going to be pretty manic on the course, so please get off the course and definitely no warming up on the course. There's plenty of countryside to warm up around.
QR code for the results. You need the QR code for the results.
They're not starting yet. YouTube.
Good morning and welcome to Berry Hill Park for the 2022 Saucony National Cross Country Relay Championships. Well, what a delight to be back in Mansfield at Berry Hill Park. Conditions are good. It's feeling a lot more autumnal This time last week it was very warm, wasn't it? But we're now into single figure temperatures. We're feeling a bit frosty this week for sure. And the action definitely about to get underway. We start with the junior women's race. It's 3 athletes, 2.5 kilometres there or thereabouts each. If you know this course, it's 1A lap, 1B lap rather. Well, this is the course and everything connected to it. The wonderful home of Mansfield Harriers in the middle there. What a few years that club and this park has had. A bit of a resurgence in recent years. The track you can see on screen has had a resurgence with a big investment. The Mansfield Council looking to turn this Berry Hill Park into a destination park, and it certainly is today, hosting the National Relay Championships. Well, you can see in the bottom left the descriptor. Lap A, the big red lap, is 2 kilometres. Lap B, 2.5 kilometres. Lap C, the little loop around the pond. The big number 6 is next to the C, the orange loop. And towards the top right as well, the extension, that is 3K. And we'll be seeing that later on in the senior women's race. So let's just take you through the lineup of the day once again. Well, it starts with the junior women's race at 10:45, a few minutes time. We're expecting to see them on the start line in just a second, and around about 15 minutes time, under 17 women's, then move to the under 13 races, the boys and girls, then up to the junior men's, and start getting through the age groups once again. It's such an event. If you've ever been before to the Saucony National Cross Country Relay Championships, you'll know it's a very dynamic event. It's great to watch, and there is some great racing. That's one of the purities of cross country, isn't it? The racing nature of it. It's not like on the track where people perhaps get pacemaked and so on. This is all about racing, and you'll see those that start hard and hold on, others that come with a late surge of energy towards the back end of the race. You'll see it all here today from Berry Hill Park. Conditions, well, you never quite know, do you? Sometimes we have very, very dry, firm underfoot conditions. Other times it's a bit boggier. We certainly know that it will be boggier towards the end of the day, and the last race of the day is the senior men. They start at 2:40 p.m. And you can see our marshals with their wonderful bright orange high-vis vests. Well, these are our athletes lining up. Plenty of clubs lining up in this one. It's sometimes more difficult with the junior age groups to highlight perhaps who will be amongst the medals. We do have 47 clubs entered. Bit of a trip on the start line, but away we go. And well, one of the things about these junior age groups is that you can and very often do see university athletes taking to the course. Some of these will indeed be freshers. They will have had a busy couple of weeks, 6 weeks or so, since they would have started moving into halls and university accommodation as they make their way up this first slope from the start line. And it's Olivia Logan there, the tall figure with the blonde hair in the Loughborough strip, the African Violet of Loughborough. She is at the front at the minute. I think Loughborough teammate Megan Harris, part of the Loughborough A squad if you like, she also is at the front. So as they start to come round now, they will see on their left-hand side the pond here at Berry Hill Park, and in a second they will take a big break, a hard left, and head around the pond, which is just coming into picture now. Certainly the fun of trying to pick out the various clubs in an event like this. The likes of the national road relays and national cross-country relays, usually the only race you have to chase to watch. So these athletes, 3 2.5 kilometre laps, and they'll be doing the full A lap with the extension around the B part of the course on the map we showed earlier on. You can see along the bottom of your screen, by the way, some of the clubs and the athletes in their teams. Well, we do have some challenging undulating sections of this course. They head through the woods. It's where they are now. One of the Aldershot athletes just heading through the woods. I'm expecting them to come through now as they chicane their way through the woods. Well, we've got Alice Bates of Kettering Town Harriers leading things out at the moment, and she has a clear lead ahead of Loughborough B and Olivia Logan. I think that could well be Megan Gadsby of City and Norwich in third as well. It's difficult to say. They're coming past the screen so quickly, and already you just see part of the course there getting churned up. Those downhill sections just giving a bit of a relief, but you can't tank it too hard as you come downhill. Really starts to take its toll. Well, the nature of the national relays is that we often have athletes on the course from multiple age groups, because it comes thick and fast. And around about 7 minutes time we expect these athletes are setting off, so they could have a chilly wait. This is the under 17 women's. They will be doing the same as the junior women. It's 3 by 2.5K. This is for athletes aged 15 or 16. Well, here is our leader. Alice Bates, a look over her right shoulder. Samantha Mason of Salford Harriers there as well. Kettering making their way through the B section of the course. Erin Grimes, Salford Harriers B. Loughborough students C there. Charnwood, Blackheath and Bromley. Cambridge there as well. More Aldershot vests as you would expect, such a proud heritage in distance running. Well, Alice Bates out of the woods, so to speak, in this top section. Back onto the A part of the course and moving well. This is one of the best parts of the course. It's downhill, it's quick, and it's the section Alice Bates is trying to stretch her lead. She's being chased by Loughborough students B. And this is a fine opening leg for Kettering Town Harriers. Well, this is the changeover zone. And here comes Bates. Kettering Town just getting lined up. It's Demi Locker. On the second leg for Kettering Town Harriers. You can see the changeovers here as they come through. Once the previous leg runner goes past the line, the next leg runner is allowed to go. So we have Kettering Town at the front, Loughborough B in second, going well as it stands, and you can just see the second leg runners of the junior women's race coming past the start line, where the under 17 women are waiting, eagerly anticipating their own race. So the first leg runners can see the look on the faces as these athletes come past. Bracknell there, Charnwood. Well, last year the junior women's race was won by Loughborough Students A, Basildon were second, and Salford Harriers B came in third. Wasn't too much to choose between the teams really. It was close between Salford and Tunbridge for the bronze. So there's Kettering Town, Loughborough Students, and it is City of Norwich with Grace Buchanan in third, and there is nothing to choose between them at the moment. Salford Harriers in fourth. Wolverhampton and Bilston here going well. Loughborough in there again. Into Slough, Eton and Hounslow. Well, here we go with the under-17 women. This is going to be fun, isn't it? Let's see whether we can keep track of which race. Oh, we're going split screen now.
This is the only race of the afternoon where there's two races going at the same time.
Well, Loughborough have taken the lead. Kettering back into second. City and Norwich still in third in the junior women's race. And it looks as if on your top left picture that I think that's Wolverhampton and Bilston with that strip. I could be wrong. We're trying to pick them out from a long list here. What a great event to watch, what a great event to spectate at. It's such a challenging course and it is quick as well. Well, if you're wondering which athlete is in which event, all you have to do is look on the bibs, because the junior women, they have a clear white bib, and the under-17 women, they have that sort of reddish pink on the front of their bib over their numbers. So that's how we're going to keep an eye out for who is in which race. Well, Loughborough still in front. It's Jess Norcott for Loughborough. There is in second Kettering with Demi Locker. And Grace Buchanan in third for City and Norwich, having a good run at the moment. They're out of the woods now and starting to make their way to the B section of the course. That's what we're looking at on the bottom right-hand picture. And away Loughborough go into the top half of the course. Well, on the left-hand side, there's the leaders of the under-17 race. Athletes just trying to avoid the muddy patch at the dip. Here comes Norcott for Loughborough students in the bottom right, leading on the second leg. in the junior women's race. A bit of rain now as she connects back up. Well, I think it is Winterslough Eaton Hounslow leading with Ella Davey at the front of the under-17 women's race. It is indeed Loughborough leading for the junior women, and it is Norkett at the head for this one, making good speed down that downhill section. I'm sure the legs are starting to tire now at the end of this 2.5 kilometre lap. Great to see spectators lining the course. And we'll keep an eye out as she's coming into the changeover. How much of a lead do we think on the watch do Loughborough have ahead of Kettering Town Harriers, and behind them it was City and Norwich and Salford. Here Loughborough come. Here goes Loughborough on the third leg in the lead. And on the last leg for Loughborough is Jess Spilsbury. Taking it out nice and relaxed at the moment. She's got a good lead and probably doesn't need to worry right now, but better to have the legs at the back end of the race. Here we can see some of the leaders from the under-17 race in the top left of your screen coming through to the end of their first lap. Well, they see our first winners of the day crowned very shortly. Loughborough students leading at the front on this third and final leg with Jess Spilsbury here at the Saucony National Cross Country Relays. We are, of course, at Berry Hill Park once again in Mansfield, where this event was held for the very first time back in 1989. Over 1,000 teams entered this year over the 10 races. 205 entered in the senior men's, 145 in the senior women's, around 47 entered for this junior women's. It is a jam-packed day of cross-country action. The first time this event has ever been live streamed. I'm sure you've all been on YouTube and watched Tunbridge very own Mark Hookway's wonderful videos that he produces from so many different events around the country, including this event. But the first time it's ever been live streamed. Well, here comes the leader of the under-17 women. some of the finishers coming round in the under-17 women's race at the end of their first leg. Just in the top left-hand picture, you saw the back of Loughborough leading the junior women's race, and they are taking this one out from the gun. They have done, and you suspect for the second year they will be taking the win here. Well, these are some of the leaders in the under-17 women. We're trying to pick out some numbers. It looks just coming through in third here. May well be Aldershot. Keith and Bromley in there, near the front at the moment. Well, the last leg runner for Loughborough, Jess Spilsbury, in the junior women's race. She has a compelling lead at the moment. Plenty of chasers behind her as she works up this slope. Past the cars, past the spectators in the rain. In the African Violet of Loughborough. Some of the B runners for the junior women just going past on the top left. Here is City of Norwich on the top left on the final leg in the junior women's race. Atty Reynolds heading up the hill. Well, once we've come towards the conclusion of the junior women's race, we'll try and pick up with the leaders in the under-17 women's race. Well, we know it's going to be Loughborough at this point, bar an accident. We have Wolverhampton and Bilston leading the under-17 women's race. I think that is Isabel Jones on the bottom right of your screen. So the clock in the bottom right of your picture is the running clock from the junior women's race. The rain and wind really coming down now. Windsor coming past your screen. Jessica Hatch, and out of the B section of the course comes City of Norwich. But it is Loughborough at the front. It is Jess Spilsbury who has the glory leg for Loughborough. They won it last year. They're going to win it in 2022. What a run, a compelling run.
Go on, Emily.
And Jess Spilsbury will be in touching distance now of the finishing banner. Here she comes, Jess Spilsbury and Loughborough to take the Saucony National Cross Country Relays title for the junior women in 2022. Here comes City of Norwich in the second spot. It's Hattie Reynolds. A strong run from her on the last leg. Has done what she needed to do. And I'm sure it will be a big relief for all of these athletes, the pressure coming in. If they haven't already, I'm sure they have done some cross-country races this season, but it means so much to come here and take a national medal. There's City of Norwich coming through. City of Norwich about to come through the line, we think, for the bronze medal position. It'll be Kettering Town picking up the bronze, City of Norwich who've just got the silver. And there, well, maybe that was a last minute change, maybe it was Salford that took the win, we can't quite see. They all come in a flurry, but we do know in the junior women's race it was Loughborough that have taken the gold. City of Norwich with the silver, and we're just waiting to see whether or not it was Kettering Town or Salford picking up the bronze medal. Well, we'll try and pick up now with the under-17 women's race, which are on the second leg, and you can see with the B just in front of their number coming out of the woods, the bulk of the pack. "57 teams entered in this junior women. We're waiting for some of the athletes to come through onto the next leg. Here they are. Derby Athletic Club there. May Washington for West Suffolk. Some of the final leg runners in the junior women's race coming through now. A hard-fought race.
Oh, sorry.
Well, this is the under-17 women. Heading back towards the end of their second leg. We're trying to pinpoint who is in the lead. Still lots of finishers coming through in the junior women's race. There's so much happening, but I believe this to be the leader of the under-17 women's race. We think it is Wolverhampton and Bilston. Club with a rich history. Ava Kind on the last leg for Wolverhampton and Bilston. The glory leg, she's got a big lead. Can she hold on to it? kind away down the hill and into the woods. She's got a couple of chasers in behind her as well. So that battle for silver is well and truly on. Great to see so many young athletes out on a Saturday morning. And this is our leader from Wolverhampton. We think in there, second is Windsor, Slough, Eton and Hounslow, which would be Rachel Clutterbuck on the third leg for them. Reconsaw Valley there, that was Zoe Gilbody. Ava Clough from Trafford there. Notts AC, only from down the road. St Albans now. Here comes a lot of the chasing pack. Windsor's B team there coming through, Rugby and Northampton as well. Well, these are our front three. Rachel Clutterbuck, with Wolverhampton just moving back into third. Well, we're trying to work out who in the black strip is in second. They flew past our cameras, not quite sure who that is in fourth either. Wolverhampton from first to third then on this third leg. Windsor moving nicely. Beth Hamilton of Mansfield there on home turf. Notts AC B team coming through here, and Gateshead Harriers as well. Great to see they've made the journey down with two teams in this under-17 women's race. Salford looking good as well, near the front of this race. 57 teams entered. Well, it was Vale Royal that won it last year. Windsor, Slough, Eton and Hounslow got second last year, only 6 or so seconds behind. Rachel Clutterbuck was on the first leg for them last year. She is on the last leg this time round. Can she do the business and upgrade from under 17 silver to gold? Bottom of the dip, certainly getting churned up, and we're only 2 races in. Well, it's Rotherham Harriers in the black. Evie Thompson moving into first, Windsor into second. And it is Rotherham at the front with Evie Thompson. We've got Rekansor Valley coming into the top 5 as well. In Cambridge and Coleridge in the top 5. This battle between Clutterbuck and Thompson could be something special. A look over the right-hand shoulder for Clutterbuck. Just checking how far Wolverhampton are in behind, and they do have a good distance between them in second and that bronze medal. Well, the under-13 boys are on the course. Just waiting to see in this B section of the course. Are the athletes on the way out just yet? Has the lead changed? Well, Clutterbuck has had a surge through the woods and just got her nose in front. You can see the grimace on their faces. It's starting to hurt, but this is the surge from Clutterbuck. This is what Windsor needed, and look at that energy towards the back end of this race. Evie Thompson for Rotherham with a fabulous job to get back in front, but Clutterbuck and Windsor now pulling away in the back end of this one. Well, I think that is Rekansor Valley coming through. Surely it is. The battle is well on for second. Rotherham back into third. It is Rekansor Valley with Zoe Gilbody. A fantastic sprint finish from her. Well, can she come through? There's still plenty of race left in this one. Clutterbuck digging deep, trying to upgrade that silver medal from 2021 to gold. She goes again. Digs deep. Look at the rhythm. Gilbody has absolutely scorched through. She's got the legs, but can she turn it into gold? The battle is on. Look at this for a sprint finish. It may come through all the way onto the line, but Clutterbuck is going to hold on and take the gold. What a finish. It does not get any closer than that. Rotherham Harriers with Evie Thompson coming through for the bronze. It looks like Cambridge are going to take the 4th place spot. It's a battle on for 4th and 5th as well. But my word, that is some race. The lead changed between 4 different clubs on that last leg. That is why the Saucony National Cross Country Relays is so special. It went from Wolverhampton to Windsor to Rotherham to Windsor, and it almost went to Rekansor Valley. But it was a fantastic last leg from Rachel Clutterbuck with a sprint finish on the back end to take the gold medal. And the action does not stop there. The hustle and bustle on the start line. These under-13 boys getting their elbows out. I'm sure their coaches and their parents have told them what it's like in cross-country. Not sure who that blonde-haired lad is on the left, but he knows how to hold his position on the start line. Well, no time to breathe. We had some trips. And away they go. Well, the under-13 boys away and gone. Three athletes, 2 kilometres each, so just the lap A. I'm sure we'll be able to look at the course map again in a couple of minutes' time just to show you the outline for today. In the 13 boys. We've got 73 different clubs lining up in this one, a huge number. Cross country is alive and well in the UK for sure. Still some of the athletes coming through. We've got Notts AC there with a strong finish on the last leg. Battling against, I think, Derby there, two local rivals on the last leg in the under-17 women's race. Well, I can't wait to see a replay of that under-17 women's race. I'm sure we're going to have plenty more action like that throughout the course of today. We're only 2 races in, it does come thick and fast. Already got a leading group of 8 or so athletes. James from Lucas Valley towards the front, I believe. Such a range of clubs. You've got Taunton to Trafford, Wakefield, Warrington, Hallamshire Harriers, Doncaster. Great to see Lancaster and Morecambe as well. And all the way back down again through Notts, Newark, Peterborough. Who else have we got? St Edmund Pacers, St Albans, in Ashfield, Tunbridge, West Suffolk and Windsor. So many different clubs represented here in this under-13 boys race. Blackheath and Bromley on the last leg. Berry Hill Park, a fabulous venue. As I say, it's been hosted here since 1989. The National Cross Country Relay Championships was first held in 1985 before moving up from Crystal Palace in 1989. Difficult to give a guess as to where the medals might go in these younger age groups. It's always a challenge. In the seniors, you've got a bit more of an indication. They run in the British Athletics Cross Challenge Series, and you'll perhaps see them on the road in the England Road Relays Association meets as well, and their local road relay meets. Great to see so many of these young lads out on the course. They're really racing it as well. I think you'd see that with some of the younger age groups as well. The brilliance of youth just pin their ears back and dig deep and keep running until it hurts. Back of the group. All these young men running nicely. Probably the first time they've ever ran at a national championship, so this is something special for them, and I'm sure their families as well. Great to see. We've got Burton AC there with Ewan Withnall. Derby towards the front, Bracknell as well. Great to see. Digging deep and these young men out of the woods and they turn left because they don't head up onto the B section of the course. They head around, and that is the break there. This is the end of the first leg. It's Burton from Marshall Milton Keynes. Look at them all, they're just piling in to see who's crossing the line first, and it's going to be Burton that head out. What a shot that is. Derby just coming across the line there, I think, and Bracknell there, Blackheath and Bromley. Is that Charnwood as well? Looks as if we've just seen Aldershot flashing past the screen. Well, on the second of 3 legs now in the under-13 boys. It's a shorter lap, so they do seem to come out of the woods and back down to the finish so quickly. It's 2 kilometres for these young guys. I'm sure it's hard work, but a piece of cake as well. Burton at the front. We had Ewan Wisnall on the first leg. Lewis Boyce on the second leg for them, looking composed at the moment. And that is the lead they have. Burton starting this second leg off well. Marshall Milton Keynes just back into third. Not quite sure who's in second at the moment. Looks as if Charnwood are in fourth. One of the purities of cross-country is racing. It doesn't really matter the distance, particularly in the relay, which distance athletes don't often get to do. Well, here come Burton at the front. Reconsaw Valley with Beckett Moore are in second at the moment. Here comes Charnwood. Max Muddle for Charnwood. Here comes the pack, working hard up this incline. Lots of focus from these young men. So many different clubs around the country represented, and it's a really big deal coming to a national championships. I'm sure those more senior within their club will have passed on the knowledge of competing at this event. It really is historic. Not often you get to run in relays in cross country, certainly not at club level. They might have done it at schools or local schools meets. And this is great to see. Looks like Wolverhampton in there as well at the moment. Aldershot moving nicely too. Wolverhampton of Bilston, historic club with great success. Times gone by, having a great day so far in these younger age groups. This race will be done so quickly. It will come to the finish in a flurry. Not much to go until they come out of the woods. They're around about halfway at this point. Probably just a bit over that really, 60% of the way through the lap. The speed at which these young men are going, they really know what they're doing, managing the declines and inclines well. They really do fly as they come down the hill, don't they? Well, the winners of the under-13 boys last year was indeed Wolverhampton and Bilston. Windsor, Slough, Eton and Hounslow picked up second. It was Blackheath and Bromley who were third. It's always a challenge to try and bring everybody through. But it is Wolverhampton and Bilston once again at the front. Charnwood there, Aldershot there, as you would perhaps expect. What a finish this is from Wolverhampton and Bilston. Fred Jones has leathered this one for Wolverhampton and Bilston on the back end of this second leg. Well, he ran on the second leg in 2021 where Wolverhampton and Bilston picked up the gold, and he has put his club in prime position to do the same in 2022. Great running from Wolverhampton. Here comes their third leg runner. Burton in second. And Charnwood in third. Well, those your leaders at the moment, but it could all change over the next 2 kilometres. Only 3 legs. You just see the sprint finishes that are coming through. Well into our marshals or officials. I see a official on the left hand side. Is that a Birmingham Roeheath? A Brat hat? Oh, you don't know Birmingham Roeheath and triathlon club is Brat, so I think that's what he's got in his hat. If it's not, I am mistaken. Great to finish under the arch as well. A lot of grimacing faces. And look at him go. Face paint and all. And it's Sam Ball on the last leg for Wolverhampton. Well, he ran on the last leg in 2021 when they took gold, and he's on the last leg again. Remarkable really that they won gold with some lower age group athletes in last year. They're a year older, a bit more experience, a bit more speed, a bit more endurance in the legs. Well, it's Burton in second. In third, we've got Reconsaw Valley, and then in fourth it is Aldershot. So the battle is on. Charnwood back into fifth at the start of this third leg. Digging deep. A lot of running to come still. Hallamshire Harriers working their way through the pack. Windsor towards the front in the top 10 as well. Well, we won't have any overlapping runners because we've got about 7 minutes until our next race on the course. It's the under 13 girls. The same for them, 3 by 2k laps. Here comes Samball, Wolverhampton and Bilston. Look at him go. This is a sprint for this young man. It's a great run from Wolverhampton, isn't it? I'm sure they're going to get so many plaudits for this. Winning it back to back. We think they're winning it back to back. We shouldn't be so presumptuous. Anything can happen. It is cross country. But to retain 2 of the athletes that won it last year and head forward, it is great. Hallamshire Harriers up into 4th now. I think that's Burton back into 5th. Aldershot in 2nd. Honestly, this race, the battle is really about the 2nd and 3rd placings, those silver and bronze medals.
Next race is Burn.
It'll be interesting to see how the winning time for Wolverhampton this year compares to last year. It was at 21 minutes 38 last year. Surely they'll be a bit quicker than that this year. These are the under 13 girls just getting lined up. And you'll see the start of the 2nd and 3rd legs behind them. Out of the woods comes Wolverhampton. Ball looking composed. I'm sure he remembers this race, this course well. Just keeping an eye on what's happening behind him. He's got another 90-degree turn. And a dip back down, and he'll come around this corner in just a second. I think Hallamshire Harriers are up into 2nd. Indeed they are. What a run this is from them on the last leg. But it is Wolverhampton and Sammy Ball. He grabbed this leg by the scruff of the neck. He had a good lead coming into it. They've led from the start, really. And Sammy Ball taking this race, taking the gold medal for the under 13 boys back to Wolverhampton for a 2nd year running. Through the finish. and Wolverhampton and Bilston to take the win here at the Saucony National Cross Country Relay Championships. It's a pose through the line. Well, the race is on. What a sprint, and I think we're going to see Hallamshire Harriers come through for second here. Hallamshire Harriers with a fine run on the last leg from Thomas Stake. They take the silver medal for 2022, and coming through with a big sprint finish, it is Herne Harriers and Caspian Homes out of nowhere. Well, those minor medals all made up in the final kilometre of the last leg, and what a sprint finish between them all. The gold goes to Wolverhampton, the silver to Hallamshire Harriers, and the bronze to Herne Harriers, with Caspian Homes on the last leg. Well done to those three clubs and all the athletes running in this under 13 boys. Sprint finishes all around. Great memories being made. I'm sure they'll remember this for a long time. There might be 12 or 13 or so now, but when they're 73, I'm sure they will retell the tale of winning the under 13 boys national cross country relay championship title at Berry Hill Park. We've got a couple of minutes to go until the start of our fourth race of the day. How has it gone so quickly? It's the under 13 girls up next on the course. 3 legs, 2 kilometres each, same course that we've just seen. 1A lap if you know the course here at Berry Hill Park. This is the schedule. Under 13 girls up next. 11 and 12 year olds. Must be 11 or 12 on the 31st of August or the 1st September 2022. And here they go. Away and up the hill. Just by nature of where these first leg runners start. And slightly shorter on this first leg, I believe. And we do have the tussle and bustle of being on the start line. Away at the front we go then. In the green, 4A8 Mansfield Harriers. There's Notts AC as well. Notts AC taking this one out early on. Isabel Davey, we believe that is. We've got Rotherham Harriers at the front. Mansfield in third at the moment. It is early stages. Well, if you're on the course today and perhaps listening to me in your ear or on your phone as you walk around, thanks for carrying us with us on the course. It's all go from the commentary box today. Lots of coverage. 10 races all in. This is the fourth of the day. 3x2K. Great to see so many teams entered. The 13 girls. We've got 3 Aldershot teams, 3 Reconsaw Valley teams, 3 City of York teams. Great to see so many young girls taking up running and joining a club. 79 clubs entered into this under-13 girls race. And you know the lead can change rapidly towards the end of the race. Had a couple of sprint finishes already. Lincoln, Wellington and Wolverhampton and Bilston moving well. Well, as they work their way through the woods, I'm sure they'll be tussling for position early on. It's difficult on the first leg because everybody's sprinting off the line, trying to get to a good position before the course starts to twist and turn. This is a part of a long straight section on the course. Windsor at the front. Cambridge in second at the moment. And, in amongst the action towards the front is Mayor Schofield of Rotherham Harriers. Some of the under-13 boys coming through on the last leg. Bit of a sprint finish for these young men. A great course here at Berryhill Park with loads of undulations and to all our marshals and volunteers who have been here over the last weeks, months, making sure everything's prepared, liaising with the council and the community groups associated with this park. As I said earlier on, if you joined the stream, Mansfield Harriers and this park have had a tough few years, and they've got new investment for the trackers taken ownership by Mansfield Harriers, and they now run things here and doing a fabulous job. Zoe Allen for Windsor. Can't miss her in those luminous yellow socks. She's at the front. Cambridge in second, and it's Rotherham in third at the moment. Great spot to finish fast down the hill. Could be a tussle on in second between Cambridge and Rotherham. You've got to be so careful as you come down those downhill sections. Too much speed, you could lose your footing. It really does take it out of your legs as well. And here comes Rotherham. Maya Schofield on that inside line, almost running through the rough. Reconsaw Valley in fourth as well, Luann Power. And away go Windsor, Rotherham, Cambridge. Those are your top three. Reconsaw Valley, we believe, are in fourth. Let's see who comes through the finishing arch next. It is indeed Luan Power. Aldershot in there as well. They come through in a flurry now. Yorker there as well. Oh, for a bit of a trip through the line. That's what fatigue does to you. At the front then with Windsor. Eva Dias. And Rotherham and Cambridge just packing in together. Well, you can see at the bottom of the screen all the athletes and clubs lining up in this race. Dias just digging in deep as she is about to enter the woods. We've got three packed in behind her. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 now. The change is coming. We saw this in the other 13 boys. It is a rapidly evolving race, even until the final 50 metres. Dias up the hill. Looking composed at the moment. Nice to see her getting in the cross-country spirit with some face paint. Bertley in second at the moment. Aldershot there as well. Sale Harriers. McManus there. Halifax Harriers as well. The determination on some of these faces. Up the hill they go. Another City of York team. St Albans, Reconsaw Valley in the under 13 girls with 3 teams. Another pack of athletes together now. It's such a useful tool, working together. You don't want to get lost at the back of a pack. Sticking together really does help just pull you along. Well, these are our leaders then. Windsor at the front, Aldershot and Bertley have really closed that gap. But Ava King as well from Chelmsford in there. In the green. She looked like she was motoring, so when they come out of the woods I'm sure we'll have a better picture of who is where. You get a sense that this race is rapidly changing into something else, and here they come. down the hill through the mud. Around those twists and turns, you just see how the athletes navigate the balance using their arms and leaning from side to side. You don't want to get too off balance. It's not too muddy underfoot on the course today at Berryhill Park. It's pretty good. Sometimes it's very dry here, other times it's a quagmire. You never quite know. We've had a fairly warm autumn into winter so far. This is pretty good as far as cross-country conditions go. Well, last year it was an interesting one in the under-13 girls. Liverpool Harriers B team got the gold. Liverpool Harriers A team took the silver, and it was Marshall Milton Keynes B that got third and Marshall Milton Keynes A that got fourth. So two clubs with the top four positions, and at the front of this race it is Aldershot with a 10 or 15 metre lead coming towards the end of this second leg. Windsor positioned nicely after taking the lead on that first lap there in second, with Bertley AC in third. Bertley well placed at the moment. Olivia Murphy has had a fine run. Well, Murphy digging deep up into first for Bertley, ahead of Aldershot. Windsor at the end of this second leg in third now. What a sprint finish. Here they come into the changeover zone. Bertley looking to get out first. Aldershot, away they go. Windsor there on the third and final leg. Those are your top three. Will the medals go to them in about 8 minutes' time? We shall see. Chelmsford in fourth then. Rotherham. Well, what a race this is turning out to be, and already Aldershot just closing the gap somewhat on Bertley in those top two positions. Well, Bertley, I don't think anybody would have perhaps pick them to be towards the front. It is so difficult in these younger age groups. These athletes only 11 or 12 years of age. You never quite know. And this would be some scalp for Bertley to take over Aldershot and Windsor. But a lot of running still to do. Into the woods they go. And when they come out of it, they'll be eyeing up for a big sprint finish. I just love that shot of the changeover in the top left hand picture. There you go, Vale Royal. Derby and Salford and Wolverhampton as well. Bertley still at the front then. Now Graham at the front for them. Matilda Robertson for Aldershot. And Tara Ferguson in third for Windsor. Still plenty of athletes coming through. Rotherham, Chelmsford, 4th and 5th. Those two clubs work together to try and close the gap on that bronze medal position. There is a lot of running to do still. And coming up after this, we have the junior men's race. It's 3 by 3 kilometres. 17, 18, 19 years of age athletes. Oh, look at this sprint start from Gateshead, up the hill, gone and away. Enough time to start the watch as well. St Albans and Halifax Harriers. Well, the lead is still with Bertley at the front. Aldershot in second. Windsor looking composed at the moment. And Bertley just had a shot between the trees. The last few athletes lining up to head through on their third legs. Well, there's Rotherham. Sale are still towards the front. Saw Valley in there as well. Sale Harriers, Aldershot, the B team. Great to see so many young girls taking part in this national cross-country relay championships. Well, the juniors out of the pen, just stretching their legs. They start in about 5 minutes' time. 3K for them. Well, here is Bertley with now Graham. And what a trio they've managed to put together for this championships. Oh, there's a dog with a stick. Great to see. It's not really a cross-country meet if you haven't got a load of dogs carrying sticks, is it? Aldershot in second in this under-13 girls race. Windsor doing well, holding on for third at the moment as they take a big 90-degree turn round this corner. It is almost downhill on a fast section to finish. Chelmsford in fourth. Don't think they're going to be able to close at this point. But it is now Graham for Bertley with a fabulous run. Look at her go, digging deep. It hurts at this point. The lungs are burning, the legs are burning. Aldershot with Matilda Robertson holding on for second. There's such a distance between gold, silver and bronze. I think these are our medalists confirmed. So it's Birtley through to the line. Windsor will get the bronze, but it is Birtley that take the Saucony National Cross Country Relay Championship title for 2022. Aldershot get the silver. And rounding off the medals in the under 13 girl category, it is Windsor, Slough, Eton and Hounslow. And what a run for those three teams. Still athletes on the course. I think Chelmsford just coming over the hill, Rotherham in behind, Wrekin Saw Valley and maybe a B team from Aldershot. That is Chelmsford through to fourth. Got to dig deep in the final 100 metres or so. It's a challenge. Here comes Chelmsford B. Big sprint finish. Oh, that was a photo finish for sure. Underneath the finishing arch. Running all the way through the line is Sale Harriers. Great to see just as they come along this long stretch heading for home. Well, the junior men are on the start line. 3 teams from Aldershot, 2 from Blackheath, 3 from Cambridge. City and Norwich have got 2. Away they go. Well, the speed at which these men set off is rapid. City of York already getting towards the front. Well, 3K is a good distance for these juniors, isn't it? Because you're going to get those guys that like the 5K and the 10K on the road, and you'll also attract some of the 800, 1500 runners from the track. And just at the front in the blue strip of leaves, that's Ethan Hussey. 800, 1500 metre GB junior. Well, these guys are doing 3K, so for the first time we'll see them anchor left in a moment and come round the pond here at Berry Hill Park. Well, last year, winners here in the junior men's was Shaftesbury Barnet Harriers, University of Birmingham. Got the second, and it was Ashford in third. Aldershot came in fourth, and Tunbridge were fifth. Cambridge in sixth. Cambridge placing well at the moment as they come around the pond. The first time of the day. Well, we will see this 3 times during the junior men's race. They sort of anchor back towards the finishing arch. Down the hill they go. Mix of clubs in this one: Cambridge, Coventry, Charnwood, Doncaster, Derby, a great mix. It's a real dip there, isn't it, as they start to anchor down and come back up. This is where they head into the woods, where we link back up with them again. Nice and steady at the moment. Aldershot going well at the front at the moment. Into the hills, into the trees they go. Well, let's take a look at the schedule for the rest of the day. So we are at just after 12:15. It's the junior men's 3x3k relay. After this, we've got the under 17 men's, then the under 15 girls, under 15 boys, and then into the senior races from 1:50 p.m. so just over an hour and a half's time. The action, we've said this already, it comes thick and fast, doesn't it? No messing about here. And here they come along the bottom of the screen as well. We have all the athletes entered and on the lineup for this event. Martin in the first sector, Aldershot, who is currently leading things with this race. Coventry Godiva there, Loughborough students, Aldershot B, Windsor, Tunbridge Marshall, Milton Keynes, that's Kettering, Shaftesbury Barnet, Rugby in Northampton, and Nottingham Trent Vest as well, I think. Tipton as well. The race just starting to stretch out. These tight twists and turns making a difference early on. Well, the course, you see the big red A, that is the main loop. On this, we're also doing a couple of extensions on the orange C's. That adds it up. Well, Aldershot just lifting back into second, Windsor are there, thereabouts. Loughborough students towards the front. I think you probably noticed just the speed at which these athletes are going in comparison to the under 13 girls we've just seen. Not AC there, Coventry Godiva, Pierce Clishan for them, Aldershot, Loughborough. Away they go into the trees. Cambridge in second, Aldershot in third, Windsor in fourth. Well, they're out of the woods and they head back into the second wooded section of this course. Well, out they come from the B part of the course, joining up with the second C section. At this point they just sort of run back towards the Mansfield Athletics track. And they have a good lead at the front. Just a look on the inside shoulder. And this is Sam Mills of Exeter Harriers. Good cross-country runner. We'll link back up now with the rest of the B-lap. Well, Sam Mills having a great run here at the front, not messing about. He did win the junior national individual back in February, carrying that form into the relays here. Won the junior Northern Ireland International as well. Windsor just ahead. Well, at the front, Windsor now leading. Sam Mills, the only junior entered for Exeter today, so just running on that first leg. A lot of people do this. He wanted a bit of a preparation, I suspect, for the European Cross Trials in a couple of weeks' time at Sefton Park in Liverpool as part of the British Athletics Cross Challenge Series. So Sam Mills put his foot down, sixth gear all the way. Great run from him. Get a bit of a practice on the cross country. So Windsor in the lead. You just get to see the absolute chaos which is on the start and finish line. Rugby Vale Royal, Marshall Milton Keynes. Still a few athletes to come through. Windsor at the front. Frank McGrath going well for them. And they've opened up a convincing lead at the start of this second leg. Challenging section there as it just dips down and kicks back up, leads into third. You can just see the athletes they're running past, walking towards the camera, the first leg runners on their way out of the course. McGrath really going for this, look at that arm action, digging deep. Cambridge and Coleridge, that's Will Newcomb there. Magata Zerom of Ashford as well. City of Norwich moving well. Tunbridge, there they are. Shaftesbury Barnet, Rotherham. Already digging deep at the start of this second leg, making their way up through the trees into the woods. a nice course. This isn't like some of these American college cross-country courses which are on golf courses effectively flatter than that. And there's a good dog, doing a good job, enjoying the action. So it's Windsor at the front, McGrath towing the line on his second leg for them. Cambridge and Coleridge with Leeds. Jensen Connell for them, just coming past your screen now. There's Ashford as well. Doncaster moving nicely in fifth. I'm sure you spotted so many volunteers and marshals and officials around the course on camera today. They really do make the clock work. It is a privilege to have them working on this event today, and I'm sure they enjoy getting their boots muddy on a Saturday morning, because this really is a fabulous event. Lovely chicaning section this, we love this picture as they come down. Loughborough students in their African violet, can't miss them, such a distinctive coloured kit. Another lovely dog. And that's the sort of thick coat you want on a day like today, isn't it? And we've seen some duck action as well in the pond. I don't think the white duck is having much of a race, is he? Just wants to paddle. McGrath. Well, that gap, I think, is just reduced slightly as they've come to the latter stages of that wooded section. Newcombe going well. Connell for Leeds. Zerom for Ashford. There's Tom Chandler for Aldershot as well. Oh, McGrath. It looks as if he's starting to hurt a bit now. He took it out so hard in that opening kilometre or so. Is he going to have the legs to hold on to this lead as he comes towards the back of the course? It is that kind of weather. Short-haired dogs need a coat. And this is the B section. Oh, that is a dream, isn't it, if you're a dog getting carried through the woods. Maybe they've lost the lead, or the dog is just a bit cold and a bit tired. Another good dog watch. McGrath still leading as he comes out of the B section on the course around the second C loop. But Windsor seems to just be geeing himself up a bit now, got his legs back. A couple of twists and turns around this section before it starts to get slightly more downhill. It's a downhill, smooth through to the finish for McGrath. You see the track in the background. McGrath, a look over his inside shoulder, just has a lead at the moment. So it's McGrath and Windsor from Cambridge to Leeds City. It's all about the placings. McGrath gritting his teeth. Not sure Cambridge are going to close this gap. Leeds just in stealth mode at the moment, slowly closing that gap, and Zeron for Ashford in the yellow is in fourth at the moment, trying to close that gap. University of Birmingham in fifth. I think that's Loughborough in sixth. And away go Windsor. Cambridge off on the third leg. It's the final lap. Well, that is it. Top left of picture, our top three at the start of the third leg. And there is nothing to choose between them. The protagonists, Windsor, Cambridge and Coleridge, and Leeds City. It is Finney and Hutchinson on the last leg for Leeds City. Alex Malloy on the last leg, and he's just about to take the lead for Cambridge and Coleridge. And Sam Hodgson for Windsor in the blue, now in second. Alex Malloy stamping his authority on this race from the off on this last leg. Just needs to be patient, bide his time, but he does look cool, doesn't he? Legs just effortlessly flowing as he heads down that nice slope section before they turn left and go around the pond. Well, this is about the time of the race where that initial adrenaline starts to settle down, and you have to find your rhythm, you have to find your running legs. Cambridge up front, Windsor. Now it's Leeds City in third, Ashford. Tricky drop on the course, back up again, and another steep drop before they head into the woods. Looks as if the rain might just be starting to come down again. Good pace from Malloy. Can they do up the climb? Nice to see. Windsor have got the spikes gaffer taped to their legs, and Ashford have closed the gap on Leeds in third. City and Norwich there as Aldershot come into view. University of Birmingham on your screen now. Took up a silver in 2021. Don't think they're going to be managing that this time round. Cambridge and Coleridge, who currently lead, were sixth last year. Alex Malloy had a rapid last leg. Malloy with the second fastest last leg of the day. You just see in the background, that's not another race going on, that's the athletes coming out of the pen onto the start line for the under-17 men's race. They also do 3x3k. Windsor in second, Ashford absolutely putting the hammer down as they move into third. Aldershot up into fifth. There's so many of these athletes who will be looking to achieve their best finish at the national cross-country relays. Some probably running here for the first time ever. Well, if you're wondering what the banner at the bottom is, it's all the athletes in this race and their clubs, and out of the woods, Cambridge have extended their lead to about 25 metres. Ashford up into third and placing well, but Aldershot are closing on leads rapidly. Can they get amongst it over the final few hundred metres? Will Barnicoat having a great run for Aldershot on the last leg for them. Away they go towards the top half of the course. Aldershot up into fourth, Ashford in third, being hunted down. This would be some last leg from Aldershot if they can manage it. The lead still with Cambridge as we cast our eyes onto the start line with the under-17s. Well, it is Cambridge at the front with Alex Malloy, who alongside his teammates has put a fantastic run together. Tom Bridger, Will Newcombe and Alex Malloy for this Cambridge and Coleridge A team. He's starting to look a bit more tired, the face less controlled, but the legs still willing. Being cheered on. This means so much, not just to the individuals but to the clubs as well. The under-17 race is well off the line. But they go streaking away up the hill. Well, we'll get back in touch with that once we've seen the first few across the finish line in this junior men's race. Here they go. It is Malloy digging deep. Windsor gritting their teeth as well. Can Barnicoat move Aldershot from third into second? It would be some sprint finish from him, gritting his teeth as well. Ashford with a valiant run but slipped back into the fourth placed position. And here comes Cambridge and Coleridge. They're going to take the title for 2022, hurdling over the barrier. It is Windsor in silver, Aldershot with the bronze. I've never seen anybody try and hurdle the finishing banner at the end of a 3K cross-country race. But Cambridge and Coleridge, Tom Bridger, Will Newcombe and Alex Malloy, they are your Saucony National cross-country relay champions for 2022. And now let's pick things up with the under-17 race. Leeds just coming through for fifth in the juniors there. Sale at the front. I think that's Rotherham in second, and as they move around the pond at the start of their first lap. Well, we said that corner is tricky as they dip and move away from the pond. It's a very sharp drop and immediate right turn, so it's not easy to get your footing. That is going to get churned up like butter as we go through this race. Schofield on the first leg for Sale Harriers. He was the man that took that slip as they went round the pond and just went from first to second. It's a tough old run up this hill after a pacey start. Well, let's just take a look as they came round the pond. We just took too much speed and slipped as he went into that corner, and the second placer just nipped past Oscar Schofield at the front. Still plenty of finishes coming through in this junior men's race. The under 17, plenty of clubs represented, 78. We see another couple of ducks racing. Well, plenty towards the front. Winchester up there as well, and Woodford Green towards the front too. As we've said already today, the first lap really does stretch out the field, and you never quite know as they're from this point, which is sort of midway through the wooded section, when they come out of the woods. This latter section of the woods just makes such a big difference in terms of placings and positions, and everybody starts to fight their way through the pack. It's tough for these guys on the first leg as well. They have the battle of fighting it out on the start line and the adrenaline of perhaps a bit of pressure they feel as well on the start. Oh, that is a good dog. Very, very well behaved. Well, out they come then. Zach Ferguson of Rotherham in the black. Shaftesbury Barnet, so our leaders at the moment, it's Sale, Rotherham, Shaftesbury and Winchester. Well, here's the main pack, one of Aldershot's athletes just carrying his bib number there. I think he's probably got his chip for timing purposes stuck to the back of it, so doesn't want to lose that. Well, the Hernhill Harriers just got his woolly hat on, in club colours of course. Great section of the course as they move out of the woods towards the end of the A section, the A lap, and moving into the B. This 3k lap, the longest lap that you can do here at Berry Hill Park. Schofield at the front, looking good, can't miss him. White cap on backwards, pink arm sleeve, striding away. And he's on the last section. Heading back down towards the finish. It's a nice flat section. So Sale leading this. And Oscar Schofield will pass the baton to George Noble as I think Rotherham just started to move their way up. And up into second they go. Winchester back down into fifth. Shaftesbury into second. Rotherham third. This race being well led by Sale Harriers and Oscar Schofield. Good running from Rotherham and Zach Ferguson on this first leg. Shaftesbury, Rotherham. There's the sprint at the start. Winchester coming through. Now, who's next up into the finish? And just look at the bulk of the pack coming through here. It's like London buses, isn't it? All these runners coming through in a flurry. Nice to see Morpeth making the journey down. Well, a bit of a tussle. Sale being overtaken by Rotherham, and Rotherham moving nicely at the start of this second leg. Johnson Hughes, the man at the front, so Sale back into second, Shaftesbury in third, Winchester battling hard and trying to close the gap on fourth at the moment. Well, just look at that gap. I mean, as they took the turn through the woods and the pond, really great position to attack from. It's firm underfoot. Obviously it's been used a lot less. It's only the second race where we've used this longer 3K loop of the course. Up the hill they go, Rotherham. Sale trying to hold on to this second position at the moment as Winchester mount an attack up the hill. Shaftesbury digging deep as well. Well, this is some leg from Rotherham and Winchester as well. Look how much they've spread the field. Shaftesbury and Sale packing in together now, trying to battle for this bronze medal position. We've got Invicta East Kent in there as well, in 5th at the moment. St Aces near the front, moving nicely. It's a very well contested race at the moment. (216 athletes at least entered into this race. Well, this is about the midway point of this race, isn't it? Halfway round the second leg. Lovely dog, good boy or girl, not quite sure which. Wagging the tail, and this is the man at the front of the race from Rotherham Harriers, gritting his teeth and digging deep at the moment. It is a superb run from Johnson Hughes. Winchester also moving nicely at the moment. We've got Will Atkins for them on this second leg. Shaftesbury in 4th. I think they've just been overtaken by Invicta East Kent, and Sale Harriers still in 5th. St Edmund Pacers just moving up though at the moment. This is where they head towards the B section of the course, and Aldershot, two of their teams closely knitted together. Gloves weather for one of them. We've seen all sorts today, haven't we? Long sleeves, long legs, woolly hats, no arms, no legs in terms of coverage, and trying to keep warm. You can never miss that blue and luminous green festive Vale Royal. Well, we've been very lucky that it's been dry mostly so far, touch wood. Out of the top section they come. Rotherham making moves on this second leg. What have they got in the locker for the final 3k or so? And it has been a fantastic run. Looking good at the moment, Rotherham in a nice place, and this is where we'll really begin to see the sort of gap that they have over the rest of the field. It was Winchester who were up in second. I think it is now Invicta East Kent in that red strip as they move around the corner. Invicta East Kent into third, and St Edmund Pacers, they are up into fourth, and what a performance from them so far. Winchester digging deep. This is such a nice part of the course to finish on, and Winchester are making the most of it. Trying to find some speed with a bit of a sprint finish. I'm sure it hurts at this point. Invicta East Kent have had a great run as well, puts them in a medal position coming into the last leg. as have St Edmund Pacers. Not much to choose between Invicta East Kent and St Edmund Pacers. Well, there's Aldershot and Sale back from first after that first leg, just fading back into the masses. Rotherham, can they hold on to this lead? We've already seen today how much the lead can change over the final lap, and well, we wait and see. For those of you who are just joining us today, welcome to Berry Hill Park in Mansfield, which once again hosts the Saucony National Cross Country Championships for 2022. It's been here since 1989, and this prestigious event really top of the tree in terms of cross country, and we've seen plenty of medals issued already today. This is our 6th race of the day of 10. We've got over 1,000 teams entered. Something like 78 entered into this under-17 men's race. Great numbers, over 200 athletes. So it's the two clubs with black kits, Rotherham and Winchester. St Albans and Belroy and Stoke, I think, come through the line. You just see the start line in the top left of your picture. That's where the changeover zone is as well. The athletes are finishing their leg, go underneath the big red Saucony arch, and the athletes start next to them. So the athletes on the first leg do run a slightly shorter lap. So Rotherham looking really good here. Look on the inside shoulder. This is the face of a young man who is composed, controlled, and know he has a job to do. Got to finish this one off. Would be a big win for Rotherham. Here come Winchester. Invicta East Kent with the face paint looking strong as well. Well, the top 3 teams from 2021 in this event, it was Cambridge and Coleridge that took the gold, narrowly ahead of Shaftesbury Barnet, and it was St Edmund Pacers in 3rd.
Doing great work. Go on, John.
Invicta East Kent, well, they were down in 6th last year, looking to do a few places better than that and get amongst the medals. They're currently in the bronze medal position at the moment. Winchester in the under-17s last year, they finished 24th. Some improvement. They're up in 2nd at the moment. Rotherham were 28th last year, currently leading this race on the final leg. Less than 3k to go. And here are Rotherham. Sonny Boy Hughes on the last leg for Rotherham. Just to keep you up to date of what's to come next, it's the under 15 girls in, well, just a couple of minutes time, and then we head to the under 15 boys at 1:30 p.m. and then at 1:50 p.m. it's the senior women's race, and at 2:40 p.m. we have the senior men's race, 4x5k. The action hotting up as we get through the day. Well, Rotherham out of the woods, still holding on to this lead. It's looking good at the moment for Rotherham. Tunbridge still working their way through the wooded section. And Invicta East Kent have indeed got into second place. Some stellar running from them, just slowly grinding away and working their way through the pack, but the battle is really on. 4 clubs in the fight for the bronze. Aldershot and Shaftesbury towing the line at the moment. Windsor digging deep, looking for something extra in these latter stages. More and more spectators starting to linger around the course. This, the under 15 girls, will fully join this once the under 17 men have finished their race. And away they go, look at that, what a sight. Stampede. That is a sprint start, isn't it? Anyway, back to the under 17 men's, which is coming to the conclusion. And Rotherham working their way back towards the finish. They're going to have a nice downhill section now around this corner. It starts to slope and meander, and it is lovely for the legs, but it is where you can really do some damage if you're chasing and you've got enough energy in those legs of yours. Sonny Boy Hughes for Rotherham here has done a great job. Can he hold on? The gold medal is within his grasp. I'm sure he knows just how close they are to taking the win. Invicta East Kent in the red there, motoring down the hill. Looks as if Aldershot have broken away in the bronze medal position. They've got to keep on the pace. Shaftesbury are there in fourth at the moment. All coming down to the final length. It's Rotherham leading. Zach Ferguson to Johnson Hughes to Sonny Boy Hughes. Can the Hughes brothers come away with a gold medal each? They're not going to be stopped. Invicta East Kent have got too much work to do in that fine silver position for them. But taking the under 17 title is Rotherham Harriers at the Saucony National Cross Country Relay Championships for 2022. They are the champions. Here come your silver medalists. What a run from Invicta East Kent. And Aldershot with a rapid last lap out of nowhere to pick up the bronze. Adam Whitlock with a fine run. for Invicta East Kent to pull them up through the ranks and into that silver medal position. Your podium finishes then: Rotherham Harriers with the gold, Invicta East Kent take the silver, and Aldershot getting the bronze. Well, here we are with the under 15 girls. 3 legs, 2 kilometres each, that's 1 A lap, and they are into the wooded section already. Through the woods, through the trees. I'm sure it feels quite ominous. It's a bit overcast today, a bit grey, a bit miserable. Oh, that dog is still having a lovely time. Trying to get some shelter under the coat, I think, there as well. Well, the under 15 girls at the moment, it looks as if Rugby and Northampton have taken to the front. .95 clubs entered into this under 15 girls race. Great to see so many have headed up, down, east or west. Still some coming through in the under 17 men's then. Great running from all of them. Good to see. The Ducks still having a nice paddle on today. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see whether they had any idea there's a national cross-country race taking part around their pond. I'm sure they're none the wiser. Well, City of Portsmouth at the front. Florence East leading it for them. They take a sharp left turnabout now, and this is where they head towards the finish. Oh, here come Portsmouth. Aldershot in second, Rugby in third. It's Vale Royal in the mix at the front as well. They're coming through for third now. I think they may well be. Darlington amongst it as well. Couple of under 17s finishing as well. But we're keeping our eyes on who comes through the finish first. Oh, it's Vale Royal. Away they go. Now Portsmouth. Now Aldershot. Those your top three. Rugby and Blackheath and Bromley across the line abreast at the end of that first leg. That's the first 2 kilometres done. a real scrap. You can just see athletes fighting for position as they come towards the finishing straight. It is a lovely section, isn't it? The course still looking good underfoot as well. We've had a wet couple of weeks, haven't we? A lot of rain. But it's still looking good, even though the leaves are falling, starting to get mushed up. Temperatures dropping. Well, Vale Royal finished fast at the end of that first leg, but it is Aldershot who has started the strongest on this second leg. Katie Pye for Aldershot leading things out. And there is Katie Pye looking strong. Some good running going on at this hill. Looking really strong there is Imogen Wharton of Warrington. Marshall Milton Keynes, Hernhill Harriers, Halifax Harriers as well. On the second leg of this 3 by 2 kilometre Saucony National Cross Country Relay Championships. This is the under 15 girls if you're just joining us. Well, we've had plenty of action, some wonderful sprint finishes already today. This is the 7th race of the day. We started at 10:45 with the junior women. Got 3 races to come after this one. We conclude things with the senior men at 2:40 p.m. Lots of spectators around the course here in Mansfield. Well, City of Portsmouth at the front. Blackheath and Bromley starting to move through the field as well. Vale Royal holding in there. Stoke moving nicely at the moment. Big cheers, you can just see friends and family, club teammates, maybe athletes from other age groups that have already raced, giving everyone a big cheer. Michaela over of Bracknell just flying past the camera there. So over 90 teams entered into this Well, when they come out of the woods, it will be interesting to see where they're placing, because Portsmouth were looking pretty good. Sorry to see that young man from Marshall Milton Keynes in a bit of discomfort. Well, our leader then in the women's race is Aldershot in this under-15 girls event. Katie Pye going well. Looks like Warrington are in second and just into third. That's City of Portsmouth 727 there. Blackheath and Bromley and Rotherham in the mix at the moment, placing nicely ahead of the final leg. Vale Royal still there. Katie Pye still looking good, nice and controlled, and she really has dominated on this second leg. The battle really on though for third, as Warrington start to move towards the finish. Imogen Wharton for them. There she is on the bottom right of the picture. The battle on for third. It looks as if Rotherham might just have the edge at the moment. And away Aldershot go. Emmeline Orble for Aldershot on the last leg. Warrington just getting ready to go. Sinead Gregory in the traps, and off she goes. Rotherham, Blackheath, nothing to choose between them. Portsmouth in there as well. Liverpool Harriers in the top 7 or 8. You just see all the supporters, family briskly walking or perhaps running to another corner of the course so that they can keep an eye on their daughter or athlete they coach. Great to see so much club support. It's funny, these races you come to watch and you have to run after it to keep viewing it. Those of you that couldn't be in Mansfield, thanks for joining us on the live stream on YouTube today. Still plenty of clubs coming through the finish. A teams, B teams, C teams all flying through. Some tired faces, tired legs as they come through the finish. We're still waiting to see who's in that top 3. It is Aldershot with a clear and convincing lead at the moment. Emmeline Orble heading up the charge for Aldershot. Such rich history in distance running and in cross country, road relays as well. Rotherham going well in second at the moment. We've got Blackheath and Bromley up into third and Warrington in fourth. Liverpool Harriers fifth here. Portsmouth still trying to keep in touch. Windsor, Slough, Eton and Hounslow. What a big team across all the age groups here today. They perform really well across all ages, all the races we've seen today so far. Great to see cross-country face paint as well. It should be mandatory, shouldn't it? Nice surge up the hill. Tough section as you've had a nice smooth plane of grass to build up some pace, and then it's uphill through the mud. Aldershot, Farnham and District at the front. Orble just avoiding that muddy patch at the bottom of the hill. Halifax Harriers digging deep. They know how to work the hills. It's so interesting to see, isn't it? Big clubs, smaller clubs, some perhaps less well known than others. Warrington just fading back into fourth now. We've got Blackheath and Bromley in second with Rotherham in third. Liverpool in this bright yellow vest, you can't miss them. They are in fifth. Then Marshall, Milton Keynes on the charge with Charnwood in behind them. Portsmouth there as well. Cambridge looking strong. Now some of the chasing pack start to make their way through. Great to see young athletes not afraid of digging deep. It's a really positive thing, isn't it, to see so many young girls taking part at the national relays today. I'm not sure the dog has any idea why all these people are running around and he or she can't join them. Orble coming towards the end of this now. A couple of sharp left turns and she can start to think about the gold. I'm sure she's just been running. She's running blind and you can't think about the reward that's at the end. You just have to keep pushing forward and running with rhythm, running controlled and keeping those legs ticking over. Out they come then, it's Rotherham. Blackheath and Bromley in third and Rotherham holding on nicely at the moment. Blackheath and Bromley got anything in the legs to try and close that gap. It's not much at the moment, is it? Aldershot then. I'm sure they'll be cheered through by the countless Aldershot fans. They always bring big squads. They've got 3 teams in the lineup for this under 15 girls, but is their A string, their top trio, they're going to come away with the gold medal. Emmeline Orble has done the business on this last leg. She had a big lead. Lottie Quinn on that first leg leading things out nicely, getting in a good position. It was Katie Pye on the second leg that really stretched the field. And Emmeline Orble for Aldershot coming through on the last leg, and here she comes to take the title at the Saucony National Cross Country Relay Championships for 2022. Fantastic run, and Liverpool Harriers moving nicely, but it's a big sprint finish on for this silver and bronze, but it is Blackheath and Bromley that just edge out Rotherham. We said, would they have enough to put a surge on at the end, and they did indeed. Blackheath and Bromley with a fine run, working their way through the field to come away with the silver. have Rotherham with another fine performance today to take the bronze. Charnwood coming through. Well, next up, in a matter of moments, it is the under-15 boys. They're raced on the same course as this, 3 by 2 kilometres. Everyone that's aged 13 or 14. Makes you feel old, doesn't it, when they say that? Well, you can see them on the start line, that funnel. It's a tight old turn as you're on the left hand side. You want to get into a strong position, don't you? '89 teams entered in for this, and away they go. The under-15 boys up the hill. One of the fine sights of athletics, isn't it? The start of a cross-country race. 90 young lads towing the line and looking to stretch the field. Already the field getting its leaders out towards the front. Ernil Harry is packed in there. I think we've got Invicta East Kent as well. Bromsgrove and Greenwich, I think. Well, into the woods they go. This is just the A lap. 1 lap each. The shortest way round this course. Nice segment down the hill. Blackburn Harry is there as well towards the front in that blue and white strip. All the good athletes from Blackburn. Ollie Bradshaw, Olympic medalist over the pole vault. Very often seen rocking a Blackburn kit. Well, as they make their way around this first leg and through the woods, it is Tunbridge that have come out towards the front. Mansfield Harriers as well in second at the moment. How good would it be to see them get amongst the podium today? On home turf, I'm sure they've run this loop many times to familiarise themselves with it. Another good boy enjoying the cross country on site at Berry Hill Park. Some of the under 15 girls just coming towards the end of their race, digging deep and looking good still. Great to see the commitment.
So the under 15 boys also doing 2K there, so they've been out 5 minutes now, so it won't be too long before they're back.
Tunbridge at the front then by a good 20 metres at the moment. Bromsgrove and Redditch in second. And then the masses starting to join up. Second Tunbridge team, Blackheath and Bromley there. City of Stoke, Wolverhampton and Bilston, a couple of good Midland clubs. Hallamshire Harriers as well. Here they come. First changeover then, Tunbridge leading. Now Bromsgrove and Redditch. And I think that's Warrington. Warrington, their second leg runner, was a little bit slow to get going there. It's such a crucial part, isn't it? You need to watch and you need to be aware and you need to get out the traps quickly because you can lose so much distance. And as we saw earlier on in, I think it was the under-17 women's race where it was such a tight finish. It was almost a photo finish, wasn't it? You need to get out of the changeover zone very quickly, and you've got to be eagle-eyed. It's a great experience for these young athletes. They certainly want to experience something quite like this on this level, on this stage.
As quickly as possible, please. The senior women's team manager for Ripley, please attend the registration.
under 15 girls event with a record shot down in the district in 22 minutes and 6 seconds. Second was Blackheath and Grenway, 22-22, and third was Reverend Harrow, 22-24. So all those under 13 girls should be at the podium for the presentation of their medals. Other results, 40 wins for Howard, 5th Marshall in Tree, 5th Chelmsford, 7th Cambridge and Torres, 8th Regent Valley.
Tunbridge still at the front on the second leg for them. Conor Prendergast, Bromsgrove and Redditch having a great run as well. Well, this corner here around about the halfway point in this race, halfway round the second lap, the second leg. You never do know with these younger age groups where the win's going to come from. Last year in the under 15 boys it was Chiltern Harriers that took the gold in just over 20 minutes. Hernhill Harriers was second and Cambridge and Coleridge were in third on that day. Tunbridge last year were 17th. They're looking to improve on that for sure, and they are at the front with Prendergast and Bromsgrove and Redditch looking strong at the moment. Wolverhampton and Bilston looking good. They are there, they're in the mixture at the moment. You've just got to be in there, haven't you? You've got to stay in touch. It's always a challenge because you never quite know how the various clubs and teams have lined up their athletes. Do you put your fastest on the first leg or do you save it for the last leg? Bromsgrove and Redditch though starting to close that gap, really using that downhill section, and that is something that is so important to be aware of, that you can start to just press on the downhill sections, build that speed and use it to your advantage, particularly on this last section of the lap. Eyes on the changeover zone then. It is Tunbridge that come in first, and some 15 metres back it's Bromsgrove and Redditch. Bromsgrove and Redditch having a really good go of it. Through the line then, Wolverhampton and Bilston. That gap now down to 5 metres at the front. Interesting to see if Bromsgrove and Redditch can just start to squeeze and take to the front early on in this last leg. Nothing to choose between them. This is where you'd want to be if you're Bromsgrove and Redditch at this stage, just pressing on the shoulder of Tunbridge. And he's made a slight move here. There's Willem Hembry. And Hembry, well, he ran on the second leg last year when Bromsgrove and Redditch came 13th. He has a chance here to take gold. Well, it might come down to the wire. There's still plenty of running left in this one. Both looking pretty composed. Hembury looks good. Salford Harriers now up to third. Wolverhampton and Bilston down to fourth. Blackburn in fifth. Good surge up the hill from Blackheath and Bromley. Good place to make your move. Well, we have two races coming up after this one. And next is up in around about 4 minutes. It's the senior women's race. We're just getting a touch of rain out on the course now. Big running here from these under 15 boys. Senior women now being let out of the pen. Tracksuits are off, spikes are well and truly on. The dog's still being lazy. Look at that. Love the flowery jacket though. Is that not just heavenly? That dog is an absolute queen, princess, whatever you like. Good group packing in there, working together on this last leg. We may have a fight on our hands at the front. Remember, it was Tunbridge and Bromsgrove and Redditch. When we pick them back up, it will be interesting to see just how much it has changed. We may well see a sprint finish. It's a great experience for these young men. Well, here's the senior women. Well, this is it. At the front, Tunbridge leading with Salford in second, and Tunbridge could be about to take their first gold medal of the day. And what a win this would be. Tunbridge down the hill then. Toby Bawtrey on the last leg for them. He is being chased very hard. Evan Grime of Salford Harriers digging deep, but it is Tunbridge that have the legs. A look behind from Salford suggests that they're just going to hold on to this silver medal, but Tunbridge, despite the fight from Bromsgrove and Redditch, they're going to streak away to a fine win here at the Saucony National Cross Country Relay Championships, and it is Tunbridge that take the win for the under 15 boys for 2022. Toby Bawtrey on the last leg with a fine run. It is Salford Harriers that take the silver. Just trying to keep an eye out who was coming through for the bronze medal. And these Blackburn Harriers coming through to take the bronze. A fine run from them. Is that Mansfield in fourth? They came so close. I wonder what happened to Bromsgrove and Redditch. They were in a fine position. Some tired legs out there from these young men. Great effort. Kendall, good to see them represented here.
So cracking finish there to the under 15 boys race. The senior women are on their way. The first of their three good lots. As mentioned earlier, 144 teams contested in the senior women's race. And some interesting additions that we've not seen before, from the member anyway. We have a new club, a relatively new club called...
Well, let's just take a look at what was the fight for the minor medals. It was Salford that took the silver. It was a bit of a scrap for the bronze in the end, but it was Bromsgrove and Redditch that held on. Well, we just missed that as it flashed past us, but Bromsgrove and Redditch holding on after a great 3 legs to take the bronze. Midland Club makes the podium for the under 15 boys. Well, this is the senior women. They have 3K laps, so they start with this loop around the pond. And you never quite know what to expect. One of the key indicators, perhaps, although it's just an indicator, it is not an absolute, is where clubs finished at the recent autumn national road relays at Sutton Park. That was at the about 4 weeks ago now, up in Sutton Coldfield. Tunbridge AC won that. It was the 4th stage, but Tunbridge do not have a team entered for today. So it'll be interesting to see where the medals go to. Salford, they finished in silver at the national 4-stage road relay. So keep an eye out for them. There's their red vest just gone past the screen, and of course Aldershot picked up the bronze on that day. Keep an eye out for Lincoln, Wellington and Leeds as well. But you never do know. 3K, as we said in the junior men's earlier, it's an interesting distance. You can often get some 8:15 runners from the track who can step up to the 3K, and obviously you've got those 5K, 10K specialists. So it is a good distance. It does draw in a couple of different types of athletes. Of course, today as well, it's not too muddy. It does get a bit sticky at times, but it's relatively firm underfoot. It's a good course as well, some undulations. It's a real challenge. Well, this is the course, so these women, if you look in the bottom left, they are running lap C, which is the 3K, so they start around about where the number 9 is, and they run to the left and around the C loops and around the A, up on the B, around the C and back to the start. Well, they are towing the line at the moment and thrashing through the opening part of their lap. I think we've seen Bracknell just towards the front with Eleanor Carey. Bracknell, well, they finished 7th at the national 4-stage road relays recently. And just to give you an indicator, the top 3 teams from this event in 2021 was Aldershot, Charnwood and Lincoln. Wellington, Reading were up there as well in 4th, Sale Harriers were in 5th, and of course Aldershot, Farnham B team was there in 6th as well. So plenty of clubs to keep an eye out for. Well, we are fully stretched out at the moment. So we'll be looking for a finish time around about 30 and a half minutes. Last year it was only 30 minutes 21 seconds on the dot. Looking for more of the same here today, but you do never know. Whilst we have the teams, you don't quite know who turns up for these events. Obviously team managers submit a wide variety of athletes, and these events not always in everybody's plans. You get autumn marathons as well, half marathons, and some people sticking to the roads. Herne Hill Harriers, Belgrave towards the front. Well, Saskia Millard there in the black and red hoops of Herne Hill Harriers. She's at the front. We've got Belgrave in there as well. Such a big field. A number of multiple teams entered in for this. 145 entered into the women's race today. Sophie Tarver of Wirral AC in 3rd there in the white strip. Aldershot and Basildon in there as well. Well, look at them. A load of athletes packed in, 6 towards the front. Big cheers as they're going to come in. This is a really, really tight first leg. Herne Hill just about edging it. Kaiser Malanga coming through strongly now for Hearts Phoenix in the red. That is a great sprint finish. The middle distance athlete coming through on the cross country nicely. Well, what's this second leg got to come? Well, this is the changeover. Charnwood in the mix at the front as well. Good running from Aldershot. Well, there was 6 or 7 clubs just coming through. It was a big finish on that first leg from Kaiser Malanga.
But actually leaving the field home for half Phoenix and Carl Miranda, who also represented Great Britain in the European Junior
Well,
Cross Country
Wirral AC
previous year, that was
at the front.
and finished 7th.
That's Phoenix just in second, Wirral AC at the front. Charnwood into third now. That changeover at the end of the first leg which really starts to break things up, and Wirral AC stretching ahead some 20 or 30 metres or so, and now Charnwood moving nicely up into second with Hannah Nuttall on the second leg for them. She brought the baton home last year when Charnwood picked up the silver, went from 7th into second. A big run from her. And Nuttall will be looking for more of the same today. Juliet Hodler, or Hodder rather, on the second leg for Wirral. Hearts Phoenix in that red strip, still in third at the moment, placing well. Hernhill Harriers older shot up amongst it at the moment. Two front athletes for Wirral and Charnwood just navigating that very tricky technical section. It's down, it's a sharp right turn, the speed wants to push you wide, and we saw that on one of the races earlier on. I'm sure it's a bit slippy over that section as well.
And into the woods now are the leaders on lap 2.
Belgrade going well. Basildon in the mix, strong opening leg for them from Gemma Kersey. Cambridge Harriers, Derby as well. Plenty of athletes still making their way round the pond at the start of the second lap. Bit of a slip there on some muddy leaves, I suspect, as it's a challenge towards the back end of these cross-country days, isn't it? We saw it with the live stream for the National Cross back in February. The course was so muddy at the end. Not so bad here today. Less winter. Well, look at Hannah Nuttall go. This first part of the woods, she has broken away from Wirral AC for Charnwood. An older shot now up into the bronze medal position. Hearts Phoenix into fourth. Great to see spectators just digging their way through the shrubbery and woodland to get to an opportune point to cheer. Plenty still flying past the screen. Digging deep as they come up the hill. Well, we're blessed with very reasonable weather for this time of year. Only the last 2 weeks where we've had quite a bit of rain, but the course still good underfoot. Berry Hill Park, of course, hosting the National Cross Country Relay since 1989. These the athletes just ending their opening legs, giving a good cheer as well. That was Hannah Nuttall just past your screen. Here she comes on this extended loop where they run round the B and C sections to make up 3 kilometres, and she was in second, but she has made up the ground as she did on the last leg for Charnwood in 2021, where she went from 7th up into second and took the silver medal for her club. Bracknell in a good place at the moment. Hernhill moving nicely. Belgrade still there. Blackheath and Bromley on a surge. Great to see this event attracting so many different types of athletes. We've got senior internationals and those towards the back end of their career still enjoying it for their club and like donning their spikes. Nuttall then out of the B section of the course can now have one eye on heading towards the finish. Can Charnwood do one better than 2021 and take the gold medal this time round? Still plenty of work to do on the last leg. We know how quickly things can change. But Hannah Nuttall here looking very composed. Well, Wirral back into 4th, Aldershot in 3rd, and it is Invicta, not Invicta East Kent, it is Hearts Phoenix in the red into 2nd. That fabulous sprint finish from Kaiser Malanga at the end of the first leg, putting them in prime position. Change over there. Hearts Phoenix in 2nd as they come down the final finishing slope. And away go Charnwood. And Charnwood have the experienced Gemma Steele on the last leg. Well, she is a fabulous cross-country runner, and she will no doubt be looking to cement Charnwood's name with a gold medal. Victor East Kent, away they go in 2nd, and Aldershot in 3rd. And Aldershot, well, they have Steph Twell on the final leg. Olympian experienced international, Wirral into fourth. Gemma Steele digging deep. Well, of course, 2014, Gemma Steele, the European cross-country champion. Still plenty of athletes coming through at the end of the second lap. Gemma Steele motoring around the pond at the moment. Still some of the 200 teams to finish their leg. You can already see with the senior athletes they're a little bit more aware of when to leave their changeover box. Gemma Steele flying up the hill. Steph Twell all just tiptoeing and navigating her way through that chicane section. It's a challenge to try and work out at this point who is in what position. We certainly know at the front it is Charnwood. Well, this is the last leg of the Saucony National Cross Country Relay Championships. Gemma Steele making her way down through the course, just avoiding that muddy patch. Knows she is the prey and not the hunter. Has a lot of work to do still. But over halfway through this 3K loop, some more final leg athletes just coming around. Here is Steph Twell on the hunt, on the prowl. Abby Donnelly there of Lincoln Wellington. Ran a fine 14-minute flat first leg for Lincoln Wellington at the National Road Relay 4-stage recently. It was the second fastest of the day. Hampshire Harriers digging deep up the hill. Vale Royal. And the older shot athletes scorching through again. And here goes Gemma Steele out of the woods. She has got a couple of athletes to try and chase down, which I'm sure will help. As we say, 2014 European cross-country champion. Had a great career. And sometimes the stars and everything just align so that your club can get the ideal 3 athletes out. Well, it's Aldershot in second and being hunted down by Lincoln Wellington. Abby Donnelly having a fine run at the moment. You just see this is where it starts to hurt. The opening charge within the opening 2 kilometres starts to really burn at this point. You can see the cadence and stride length and hip action just trudging through the mud becomes more difficult. That adrenaline you had off the start line becomes so much more challenging, and you have to try and maintain that speed. But Donnelly doing a great job chasing down Steph Twell at the moment. Gemma Steele still looking strong. She knows at this point it is starting to turn downhill, and she can use some of the speed and some of the distance she's got on the rest of the field, because you get a sense at this point as she dips through a couple of athletes, lovely sidestep. It's at this point I'm sure she knows that she's got such a clear lead. She's not looked behind her, she's not looked left, she's just focused on the job in front of her, and that is why she's had such a successful career. She is striding away, streaking away in this senior women's race. And look at her go. Well, where are the chasers? Lincoln Wellington and Aldershot were battling it out. Steph Twell just had the edge. Well, it is job done for Steph Twell. I'm sure she's going to keep firing it all the way through to the line. I have no doubt she'll be absolutely delighted. It was a great opening leg for Charnwood. Mia Atkinson doing the business. Hannah Nuttall with a huge second leg, and Gemma Steele with the professional job, finishing things off on the third leg. And it is Charnwood that become Saucony National Cross Country Relay champions for 2022. They better the silver medal they got in 2021. And Donnelly for Lincoln Wellington has just edged out Steph Twell coming into the finishing stretch. And Donnelly, what a run from her. Donnelly will pick up the silver medal for Lincoln Wellington. Rochelle Harrison to Sophie Wallace to Abby Donnelly with the sprint finish. A fantastic run from her, and Steph Twell picking up the bronze for Aldershot Farnham and District. Well, what a race. It was dominant in the end by Charnwood. Gemma Steele, tongue out, fist in the air. She looks happy, doesn't she? It is great to see. Big smiles from Steph Twell as well.
teams from the other British teams will be invited to take part.
Still a lot of athletes to come through to the line.
Event in Turin, Austria, in Spain in February. Usually it's been just the winning team, but this year it's the first two teams that have been invited to run in the British Heat at Liverpool at the end of November. The European Champion Clubs competition in February is in Spain, and Great Britain has two teams are going to be represented by two teams, and the two English clubs in there will be Charlwood and Wellington.
Well, some great running still being done on the course. Lots of athletes on their different respective legs.
That's some news from one of the officials in the wood, which says the ground is cutting up a bit on the bends. So check your side length is the recommendation. Don't forget, if you haven't already bought the t-shirt or a hoodie today, you might go to the market that is selling, you might pick up a big deal. Still a bit of time before we'll see the race start, which is hoping. Don't forget, there's 4 times 5K in this race, each runner does 2 laps. So they come through, they do 2.5K laps, and then come through and go out onto the second lap before they hand over.
afternoon. With just 5 minutes to go to the climax of this afternoon's races, the two events. Sort of down the destinations, and we have almost 199 teams declared, which 188 complete teams, so good percentage of only 11 complete teams. This 4 times 5-day race. Of course, as most of you will know, each of the races the team is 2 laps. 2 laps of 2.5 km in 5K.
Well, welcome back to the final race of the day from the Saucony National Cross Country Relay Championships for 2022. We have had 9 races up to now, starting at 10:45 this morning with the junior women's race, and things are about to get underway with the final race of the day, the senior men's. It's the big one. It's 4 by 5 kilometres. 4 athletes will each run 2 laps each, and they are eagerly awaited. 205 teams entered for this as they storm off the start line, and it's always a challenge to work out who will be the runners and risers. Tunbridge's Mark Hookway did a very good video a few days ago about who he thought, and he said it's always good to look at the recent road relay results. Well, it was Aldershot that took the win 4 weeks ago. Leeds City were in second, and Cambridge and Coleridge were in third. So let's see where the medals go to. Fast start. Well, if you're just joining us, this is the first race you've seen today. We've had some absolute crackers. Teams from all over the country picking up medals, placing high. Some with their best ever finishes. And the Saucony National Cross Country Relays have been here at Berry Hill Park in Mansfield since 1989. The National Cross Relay started in 1985, before permanently moving to here in Mansfield in 1989. Well, this, of course, is often used as a preparation race ahead of the next British Cross Challenge. Well, at the end of the month it's at Liverpool, Sefton Park, which will incorporate the European Cross Country Championship trials. It's the European trials at the end of the month, and this is a perfect race to build up towards that.
Another reminder that if you'd like to go to the souvenir shop where it's selling hoodies and t-shirts, you might pick up a Good Guardian or 2.
Over 200 teams, hundreds more athletes, and another good dog watching on Beyond. A very cheeky little chappie checking sticks into the pond. Well, we've got a strong leader at the front already. Callum Nelson from Cambridge and Coleridge. Josh Laver, Rugby and Northampton towards the front as well. Keep an eye out for him. Certainly on this opening leg. A huge field of athletes. Will Fuller of Coventry Godiva Harriers in there. Some good names, some quick athletes. Everybody with different levels of experience. Well, just looking back to last year's National Cross Country Relays, it was Shaftesbury Barnet, the quartet of Dempsey, Kraut, Evans and Dee that took the win. Good 15 seconds ahead of Highgate Harriers in second. Aldershot, Farnham and District came in third that day. So you never quite know, do you, where the medals are going to come from, but all the towns will be told in about an hour's time. And for those of you that have enjoyed the coverage today, in February, end of February 25th, 2023, we'll have the National Cross Country Championships up in Cheshire, Ballsworth Castle. And if you enjoyed the coverage today, you saw the coverage, the first ever live coverage of the National earlier this year. I'm sure you'll be looking forward to watching in February. We've got Leeds, Wirral, Bracknell, Cambridge. So many athletes and clubs represented here. Bristol and West in there, Aldershot as well. So we've got our leading six. Leeds in there twice as well. Blackburn, York, Rugby as well, just at the back. So there's our early protagonists. These athletes will be doing 2 laps of the B course, which is 2.5k, there or thereabouts. So the man with number 1, what a privilege to have that number, is Ben Bradley of Aldershot. And Ben Bradley knows the cross-country course. He ran on the first leg last year in 2021 as well. Ended that lap in 3rd, and Aldershot got bronze that day too. Jasper Barnett just tucking in there as well. So many vests flying past. Here they come flying past. The changeover. Well, clocks changed, didn't they, on Sunday? And it's certainly getting a bit darker earlier on, and you can feel the atmosphere as things start to heat up. But these are the leaders then. Well, fastest first lap last year, 15:07. So we'll see whether or not we can get a bit of a breakaway, bit of a stretch. There's 11 athletes in this view, and almost all clubs pictured. There's McMillan, City of York in there, starting to stretch things out towards the front.
To your right,
Bit sludgy down towards that back section. Callum Elson of Cambridge there. Alongside Wigfield. Meslek for Leeds City B is in there too. Leeds such a strong set of athletes. I've got a bit of a surge coming now. Wirrell's Wigfield starting to stretch away, and he looks so good, doesn't he? Making this look easy at the moment. Lovely long stride, rhythmical runner. And this is where he heads up into the section, the B section of the course, the northern section of the course. Elson for Cambridge and Coleridge is in there. McManus for York in third at the moment. Leeds in fourth. Well, there goes Wigfield. On the last segment, really, striding for home at the end of the first leg for Wirrell. Now, what can they do? It's really on the back end of this leg which he's managed to stride away. City of York just overtaking Leeds there. That's a big move towards the end of this first leg. But Wirrell leading, coming in, bringing it home, and this has been a fantastic start. Exactly what they would have wanted. A great opener for Wirrell. We'll see him come into the finishing stretch in just a second. Well, you never quite know what have Wirrell got on the second, third and fourth legs, because this is an ideal start for them. Just inside 15 minutes, 15:067 for Elson for Cambridge. City of York there in third. Bedford County with a good run around Shaftesbury. Leeds B, Reading, Bristol and West, Aldershot, Rugby in Northampton. Absolutely jam-packed at the changeover zone, isn't it? Well, nice to see one of the young spectators giving Cambridge a bit of a pace on the inside. I'm not sure whether that's legal or not, but I'm not sure anybody cares either, so they shouldn't. Great to have young people supporting. I'm sure this really gives them the thirst. Plenty more coming through the finish. Cambridge in the lead. There's Bedford coming through Tunbridge there. Well, we won't really know where this race is heading until the final two legs, really. After getting amongst it, of course, you would expect them to be amongst it. Phil Sessman here hasn't got his dogs with him today. Well known for being a doctor. Had a great marathon debut last year. Still going strong, building nicely into the longer distances. I'm sure this feels like a walk in the park. He probably went and did a 10 or 15 cal this morning, didn't he? Alex Bottrell's just tucked in behind Phil Sessman as well in the green and black of City of York. 800 metre man, 146 at his best on the short stuff. Well, there won't be many quicker in the field today, but 5k, always a challenging event for the shorter distances. Tipton there. And Phoenix ticking it on nicely. Well, here is Cambridge. Phil Sessman just sitting in second at the moment, and here come some of the chasers. Bracknell leads again, leads two within the top 5 at the moment. This is where it starts to get hard, that first leg when you've got a lot of people around you to keep the pace honest. That's good. But when you're on the second leg, on your first lap, it does start to get difficult. Instinctive hoops of Highgate. Derby well into the race now. And it looks as if Leeds might take the lead. Just pressing behind Cambridge now. Nice place to be. Got to bear in mind that there is still one more 2.5 kilometre lap to go. And there is the surge. There's the move from Phil Sesterman. Cambridge just digging deep. Looking quite controlled at the moment, but it is Leeds. Well, this is where it gets interesting. Athletes going out for their first leg. Whilst others are coming around on their second lap. Leeds stretching it out now at the start of the second lap on the second leg. Great to see all those club tents there as well, isn't it? Just trying to choose the inside line, make life a bit easier for yourself. He's still just turning the screw. Look how comfortable he is. Well, it was only 4 weeks ago that Phil Sesterman ran 2 hours 12:10 personal best for the marathon, so 5 kilometre cross country. Different challenge indeed. But he's tackling it well at the moment, and Leeds, they're 80 at the front. Well, it's always a challenge when it gets to this point, isn't it? When we're trying to follow the leaders, but you're never quite sure who is in front as we're going past some of the athletes still on their first lap of the second leg. Trafford Athletic Club there. Cambridge Harriers, here are Leeds, looking good. Midway round that second lap now. Striding through that muddy dip nicely. makes it look easy. It's Shaftesbury Barnet, Loughborough Students and Derby just trailing. Bracknell just trailing. Leeds City B as well in there. Aldershot just slipping back a few places, still inside the top 10. Alex Bottrell, the 800 metre man for York there in the green and black. Holding strong.
Come on, Tom. Come on, Tom.
Cambridge coming past. That's Phoenix in there as well. Cambridge B. And here are Leeds at the front, looking strong. Can't see the second places in picture just yet. And I think that is Bracknell. With Scott Halstead. Shaftesbury Barnet in third, and then Cambridge and Coleridge in fourth at the moment. Leeds also in fifth with their B team. Well, it is so fast and furious, this race. If you blink, you will quite literally miss it. City of York, Bottrell, coming past your screen. I'm sure right now he's thinking of all those sunny track sessions and races as he digs his way through the mud at the end of the second leg. Notts AC moving nicely. Highgate are there as well. Keep an eye out for them towards the end. Out of the B section, onto the home stretch for Sessamon. Well, he's made this second leg look easy and has given Leeds full control. Well, Leeds have got Graham Rush on their third leg. It's a final second leg for them. Just the last climb up the hill. Well, let's see him come through into the finish then. There's Bracknell in second, probably some 20 or so seconds back by now. Shaftesbury Barnet in third. Well, so the list we have at this point, Leeds at the front, Bracknell, Shaftesbury, Cambridge and Coleridge, Tunbridge and Leeds again. So much action. but Leeds definitely in the lead, looking to try and better their silver medal from the National Road Relays last month. It was only a mere 5 seconds behind, and the man that anchored them on that day, Graham Rush, is on the third leg for them now. Here he is. Well, he looks strong in these early stages. Well, this is almost a completely different quartet for Leeds in comparison to the 4 they fielded last year that picked up a 4th place. And here is Rush for Leeds. Easy as you like up that muddy mound. Mansfield there on home patch in the senior men's race. Bracknell there. One of the second leg runners there, this now on the third leg for Bedford. It changes so quickly, doesn't it? Tipton just across the line there. Really starting to thin out this field. Here is Leeds, chopping through the trees. Blackburn's still going, and just goes to show the sheer extent of the athletes. Well, Bedford have certainly moved up the field and looking really good at the moment. Such a challenge, isn't it, as the race goes on, and we're certainly over the halfway point by now. The night is getting a bit cooler, it's getting darker. As you go through those woods, it's very easy to just shut off your mind, but the athletes really do need to keep switched on, keep engaged. You don't want to fire all your bullets in this opening lap. There's just so much running still to do. Well, you might have just spotted Aldershot there. Their man on the third leg, Ellis Cross. I'm sure if you've heard that name, you recognise him from much fame throughout this year. Most famously beating a certain Sir Mo Farah in London earlier this year. And, well, that plastered him over every single newspaper every single running news outlet in the country. It was fantastic. At the Vitality London 10,000, he was almost toying with Mo Farah, wasn't he, at the end? We know he's got the legs. Has he got it over the 5k on cross country? It's a different challenge. And here's Rush, coming towards the end of his first lap. Another lap to go. Graham Rush, very controlled, very smooth on this opening lap for him. And this is Rush. Using this downhill section to his advantage. It really is a fast part of this course. Everyone knows just how useful it can be, and we've seen many athletes throughout today, from the front of the pack to the back, who have used it to their absolute advantage. We're just going to see him scorch through now, just on your left-hand side of the screen. And here comes Rush for Leeds. 1 lap down, 1 to go for him on the third leg. Leeds well and truly clear. And this is Ellis Cross. Well, we said he's had a good leg. He's taken the gap down to around about 10 seconds. Tunbridge in third. I think that was Tunbridge. We're just trying to keep an eye out for who is who. Too many white vests with thin hoops. Sends the eyes a bit dizzy at this time of day, but Leeds certainly in the lead. And they are looking good. Graham Rush has the infamous Ellis Cross chasing after him. The gap was huge. It was probably 25 seconds at the end of the second leg. Rush just having a look on his inside now, trying to gauge where everybody else is. They are certainly within striking distance for sure. Needs to keep it controlled. This is a great shot just to see on the top left-hand picture how much of a gap Leeds have over Aldershot at this stage, and the red dash just flying past some athletes there. That is Ellis Cross. His Rush. Well, Leeds have just looked so good, haven't they? And it was a bit of a tactical masterclass really on that second leg to put Phil Sessamon. Obviously, last year or so he's looked towards the marathon, but his background is from these shorter distances, and he's run indoors over the 3,000 metres for Great Britain. A bit of a slip and a trip. Maybe just pulling those compression socks up. Hercules Wimbledon. Wonderful kit. Absolutely love that colour. Cannot miss them. Well, this is Bracknell in third at the moment. These are the athletes that have just crossed the line. They are staggering out of the pen, aren't they? And Rush now, I think, just starting to pick up the pace a bit. Ellis Cross is not too far behind. The lead down to about 6 seconds now. How much of that gap can Aldershot claw back? It's all about the team. It's all about the 4 athletes coming together. Not very often do athletes in the distance crowd get together for relays, but it is so good when they do. They have opened up a really staggering lead at the moment. Bracknell with their strong 4 up here today. We think now actually Bracknell has slipped back, and that is Leeds B, who are up in second at the moment. If we're getting placing slightly wrong, we're keeping an eye on the front. It is so challenging with the number of athletes, and with the athletes running 2 laps of this 2.5k course for their total 5k, it makes things even more challenging because we've got athletes on the 3rd leg going past athletes on the first leg of their 3rd leg. It is very confusing as it sounds. But Graham Rush will be coming out of the woods very soon. It could well be Aldershot with the lead though. These Leeds versus Aldershot at the moment. Jack Gray there from Cambridge and Coleridge. I think they're around about 5th at the moment. Telford, away they go. Keeping an eye on what's happening through the woods, but here comes Ellis Cross, and it looks as if Aldershot have taken the lead for the first time in this race. We said he was good. We said after that run against Mo Farah earlier this year, it must have given him so much confidence. He was everywhere. Graham Rush for Leeds is in second. And Aldershot will come around the corner now in the red strip with number 1, because that is the position they are in at the moment. Cross working hard. Behind him some 20 metres now is Graham Rush. And on the 3rd leg, Aldershot will come into the finish in the lead, but it is still all to play for. 5 kilometres is a long old distance. That is Graham Rush for Leeds. Who is in 3rd? It is Shaftesbury Barnet, just coming through there in the black and white stripes. And away Leeds go in 2nd. Shaftesbury Barnet in 3rd. This is going to give us an idea of where everybody is. Who is coming up across the line next? It is Tunbridge, and then Cambridge and Coleridge with Jack Gray. So our top 5 at the end of the third leg. It's Aldershot, Leeds City A, Shaftesbury Barnet Harriers, Tunbridge, and then Cambridge and Coleridge. It is Aldershot on the last leg. Can they hold on? Or will they succumb to the charge of Leeds City with Emile Keres on the last leg? Podium finisher at the National Cross back in February, looking to go a little bit better and take the gold today. The man on your screen is Joe Morwood from Aldershot Farnham District, who lead this race. Well, it was a fine third leg for Aldershot from Ellis Cross, wasn't it? Positioned himself perfectly. And here comes Morwood up the hill. And you just keep an eye on this. We will see the blue flash with the yellow diagonal stripe. That's Emile Keres of Leeds City. Commentary Godiva just coming past your screen there as well. Third leg athletes here.
Come on, Kerry. Feel them up. Come on, lad.
Well, it is all to play for on this last leg. All the medals up for grabs. It was a tight tussle really between Tunbridge and Cambridge. Has Morwood got enough in his legs? This is some chase from Emile Keres of Leeds in the blue. We still believe it is Shaftesbury Barnet in third. Coventry Godiva on the third leg. Down through the muddy patch, coming towards the end of that third leg. All eyes on the woods. Has Keres made a bit of a break for it? This is going to be so interesting to see how it plays out over the final 3K or so. Another one of the Shaftesbury Barnet team. Well, Leeds have taken the lead. Aldershot back into second and Keres is away. He made his move. It's such a difficult position as they go into the woods, isn't it? And so often we see athletes come out having made a move. They know as they come into this slight incline as they go away from the woods up to the most northern part of the course. Harrier. Heading up the slope, Marshall Milton Keynes with the bright gloves on. Every club you could almost imagine represented here this weekend. And what an event this is. One of the most dynamic running events to watch. And KRS out of the second woods. Striding downhill now, building up some speed. He looks so good, doesn't he? Just well, less than 2 weeks ago, a half marathon personal best of 60 minutes 32 seconds in Valencia. He's the UK leader over the half marathon this year. And just by comparison, Joe Morwood of Aldershot on this last leg for them. He's got a half marathon personal best set this year of 64 minutes 46, so it is quick, but not quite as quick as Emile KRS, and that is why the Leeds City man has taken the lead on the first lap of the last leg. He looks cool, doesn't he? We've seen him in the Cross Challenge series already this year. Can we see who is in third place? Morwood past the screen for Aldershot in second. 1 lap to go. Aldershot currently on course to finish in the silver medal position, a bit better than they finished last year. KRS well into this second lap. Look at him go. He looks full of running, doesn't he? On his last lap, the last lap of the day. Well, we started at 10:45 this morning with the junior women's race to kick the 2022 Saucony National Cross Country Relay Championships off. It was a fine race, and we've had a further 8 after that before concluding with this, the senior men's event, our 10th and final race of the day. Well, after first being staged here back in 1989, Berry Hill Park has proved to be the home of national cross-country relays. We're very lucky to be hosted here once again. We're very lucky to have our headline sponsor Saucony on board with us this year. KRS looking strong as he heads up the hill. Wirral, who got off to a flying start with Joe Wigfield. A man to look out for over the rest of this cross-country season, I suspect. Morwood for Aldershot in second. Going strong at the moment. Some tired old bodies after their 5k job done. Plenty of athletes still making their way round on the course. Most clubs now on their final leg. And Here comes Emil KRS. Looking strong, looking composed. I think he knows he's got this one wrapped up in the bag. Less than half a lap to go. Some flying athletes down there. I've just seen Cambridge and Tunbridge fly past. There is so much at stake, so much at play still. I just reminded to those of you that have enjoyed the coverage today and enjoyed the coverage of the National back in February this year, we will be back with the National Cross Country Championships hosted at Bolesworth Castle in Cheshire. That is taking place on February 25th, 2023. Don't forget to submit your entries if you're a team manager or club manager or you're an athlete and you want to take part. It really is a fantastic event. A lot of the athletes here today as well have been using this as a medal opportunity and preparations as well for the Sefton Park Cross Challenge Series, incorporating the European trials on the 26th of November, a couple of weekends time, as KRS just flies past the camera once more. He has got such a compelling lead now, there is no way he won't be beaten. Bar a slip triple fall, fingers crossed. But he is going to add the National Cross Country Relay title to what has already been a fantastic winter season for Emil KRS and for Leeds City as well. It was a silver for them at the National Road Relay 6th stage 4 weeks ago, and they will be upgrading that with a gold here today. We are still waiting to see where Aldershot are. They have already flown past us. Well, here comes KRS. And this is really a finishing flurry. You've just seen as he ran past your screen that Aldershot were entering the B section, the second woods. So maybe 100 metres or so behind now. But this is some run, and this has been some dominant display from Leeds. Straight from the off, they have taken this race out. No question, they have been the strongest team today. Aldershot had a fine third leg from Ellis Cross, but there wasn't too much they could do about this demonstration from Emil KRS on the last leg. The four athletes from them today that have absolutely dominated it, with David Malarkey on the first leg, Phil Sessamon on the second, Graham Rush with a fine run on the third leg, and Emil KRS with this dominant fourth leg display, and he will get the moment I'm sure Leeds have waited for. They're going to take the Saucony National Cross Country Relay title for 2022. The banner just out in time. All smiles from our officials, who've done a wonderful job today. We're just trying to see who's coming through for the finish, and I think we may have a short wait to see Aldershot come through the finish. Well, there's been change. It looks as if it may be Tunbridge coming through. Aldershot in third, it looks to be. Well, it's all a question, we're not quite sure. It's all happened on this last quarter of the fourth leg. coming through to the finish, and it's Cambridge and Coleridge taking the silver. How about that? What a last leg. Aldershot picking up a fine bronze for them. And through to fourth, Tunbridge, who just couldn't quite get the edge on that last leg. It was a fine run from them as well. Well, what about that? After all the running, all the mud trudging and all the cheering from the crowd, we had a fine finish. It is just what you want, and it is the reason people should get involved, head down to their local running club, take up cross country, take up track running, take up road running, join your local club, join a group, have fun and enjoy it, because this day is what it's all about. People of all ages, all abilities, all parts of the country coming together and having a good old run around. Whether or not you get a medal at the end of it doesn't really matter. It is about taking part. But today the gold medal in the senior men's race goes to Leeds City.
Highgate is it as finishing in the black and white hoops. Bedford and County. Is that Milton Keynes finishing there? I think so.
Second lap right. Finishing left, second lap right.
Birmingham Roheath coming through there. Hallamshire Harriers finding their way through to the line.
Second lap right.
Oh, we had some fantastic races throughout today.
So we hope you've all enjoyed the competitions.
Finishing left.
And the match start for those that haven't done the fourth leg has gone off. It's been on
I think
its
that's
way.
Leeds' second team of Belgrade going through. They started off so strongly as well.
Finishing left, second lap right.
Hercules, Wimbledon, Tunbridge B, I think, just coming through.
Finishing left,
Bristol and West
lap right.
once more.
Finishing left, second lap right.
Oh, what a run. Berry Hill Park once again proving it is the place to be for cross-country relays.
Finishing left. Finishing left.
Yeah, it's not often that distance runners get to chip together.
Finishing left, second lap right. 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 Finishing left, second lap right.
Well, we've had a magnificent day here from Mansfield and Berry Hill Park. And thank you to all at the English Cross Country Association, to Mansfield Harriers, to the local area and council and all the local community that have welcomed us once again for another year to Berry Hill Park. Of course, as I said before, if this hasn't inspired you to take up running or head down to your local athletics club, I don't know what will. Try and get involved, because it is for absolutely everybody. Well, in the senior men's race, it was Leeds City that took the win to wrap things up. Congratulations to them, congratulations to all our participants and to all our medal winners from this year's Saucony National Cross Country Relay Championships. Until next time, good night.